Good morning, friends, followers, channel members. Happy Monday. Oh, it's been a while since we've been able to do a Mileage Monday flight, so I'm quite excited for this one. And of course, first thing to notice is we are no longer in an Airbus A320 for a change. So the newly released Headwind A330, which I'm sure many of you will have seen the video that I did on last week, is our aircraft of choice for this this morning's flight from Jakarta up to Hong Kong. A real world route, as we always tend to do for these Mileage Monday flights. Flight time is around 4.5 hours, something like that. But really looking forward to seeing how we get on with this. And we will be on VATSIM as well. Obviously, if anything starts to go wrong with the aircraft, we can obviously just disconnect. But hopefully nothing will. We're going to put it through its paces and try and perform live a full flight for you today on this A330 mod. Garuda Indonesia is our airline of choice, call sign 8764, and we are currently parked at stand Golf 6 at Jakarta Airport. So good morning to everyone. Hey Simon, hi Mark, great to see you guys on board with us. Fitzy, good evening to you down in Australia, and Nick Burrows is there as well. So GG is the plane 4 times the weight of the A320. Well, if you look at the dry operating weight and compare the two, I guess that's how we can work that out. Thick Moisty, it's A330 time. Alton is excited. Paul Newman, hello, thanks for streaming this. You haven't seen it yet, Paul. Jasmine Garcia, Alton, a new add-on indeed. Theo, hello to you. And Robert and Romanus as well on board. Tom McFadden, Rob Smith, thank you so much for joining us, and Neville as well. Klaus Hansen, good morning from Copenhagen. Hope you are well. Right, well, first thing I'm going to have to do is, because I'm only using one monitor to stream today, I'm going to have to use the Navigraph charts built in. Now, have I actually got them built in here? Oh, do you know what? I haven't. That's a shame. I've not got the Navigraph charts built in. Right, okay. Not to worry. We can still get around that. But basically, it's a straightforward departure and straightforward arrival. Those of you flying with us today who do have Navigraph charts will obviously be aware of that. The operational flight plan is pinned into the chat if you are watching on YouTube, as we are also on Twitch and Facebook as well. But the operational flight plan is pinned for those if you want to download that. Phil, you're looking forward to seeing how this aircraft flies. Paul Newman, the same. Weather does look interesting indeed. In fact, the weather's going to be interesting en route, so looking for some good stuff. As I'm sat here looking at this beautiful model of the A330, I can see, could you just see the engine turbines just shimmering as they slowly rotate in the wind? So I think that's really nice, and the entire airframe itself actually is beautiful, isn't it? An absolutely gorgeous looking aircraft. Look at all the rivets, all the panels, every little nook, cranny, bolt. It's wonderful. Certainly, as external models go, I think it's great. So let's get on board, and we shall have a look then at setting that up. What I am going to do as well is I'm just going to create some sort of wing view, which is a little bit strange because the way it works is they haven't done an external view, so rather they haven't got any cabin views just yet, which is a bit annoying, but I'm sure that will come as well. So let's get inside the flight deck. And the flight deck is as we would expect. It looks very much like the A320, based on the A320 from Fly-by-Wire. So we're going to go ahead and do we have the just going to have a look if the GPU was knocking about. There it is. Oh, GPU is apparently connected. Okay, fair enough. Well, in that case, we'll get the batteries on, and we'll get the external power on. And I'm certainly no an expert with the A330. I'm literally going to be flying this as though it was the A320. It's obviously just bigger and heavier. We'll leave the fuel pumps on. We'll leave the fuel pumps off until we get some fuel loaded in. So let me bring up the operational flight plan that is pinned for you guys. What we're going to be doing today, if you have a quick look through that, I'm not 100% sure of the fuel burn either. I've heard a lot of people saying that the fuel burn on this is actually a lot greater than perhaps it should be. But with that, we're going to load some extra fuel. So we're going to load 40 tons of fuel, and we've got a payload today of 24,648. Alton, the A320 cockpit is kind of a disappointment moment. Do you really think so? Have you seen the real A330 cockpit? I'm sure you have, but it is pretty much identical to the A320, as is the A340s. So that doesn't disappoint me in the slightest, because they are pretty much the same anyway. So there's nothing wrong with that. Nick, you're learning from me. Don't do that. Not in this aircraft. Right, so with the refueling and things as well, the way we have to do this at the moment is we have to use the payload just here rather than the McDo or the flypad. It doesn't have a flypad. So also check out the MTCG position. I'm pretty certain that's not accurate. So we're going to load, what did I say? We're going to load 40 tons of fuel, as close as we can get. So can I get any closer than that? I don't like these sliding scales. They're an absolute pain for accuracy. Can't get any closer than that. Okay, so we've got 40.2 tons of fuel, which gives me an extra 5.5 tons of fuel extra. And our payload, what was it? Was 24648. So 24, not that heavy actually. 24. Trying to get that right. I can't seem to get anywhere near an accurate payload of 24. Oh, hang on. Really do prefer the fly-by-wire version. There's a 2.4 in there that I can't get. It's ridiculous. Anyone else still using these to balance their aircraft? Come on. If not, I'm just going to have to go with a slightly heavier aircraft. Alright, well, we'll go with that. So, what's that extra? We've got an extra 400 kilograms of passengers, which now means that my excess weight, extra fuel is 5.9 tons. Okay. We need to change the centre of gravity. I'm just going to change that to, we'll keep that nicely balanced, something like that. As I say, I don't really know what we're doing with the weights and balance of the 330. That's completely different. Right, so that's all done. We'll get the APU master on and get the start button pressed. We can now, with the refueling has been done, sorry, I just need to go back to that weights page. I need to check something. What fuel have we got? 4.2 tons, which is right. Okay, just needed to do that, and that's for the fuel checks on as we go on, because the fuel calculation page on the McDo doesn't work, so I'm going to have to do this manually. So we're actually taking 40.2 tons. Okay, so with that all done, we'll wait for the APU to start, we'll get the bleed air on, and then we'll start getting passengers on board. Garn Trading Systems, you wish us over would change the sliders so you can just right click and add in a day. Yeah, I mean that would be much easier. Paul hates those sliders as well. Right, well, all of that looks, the overhead looks fine for what it is. We should do the engine fire test, the APU test. I should have done the APU test, of course, before starting the APU, but never mind. We're not going to consider this a real ops flight, considering we don't actually know what we're doing. So we'll give the APU a minute, and we'll get the bleed air on. Let's just come down and turn up the standby. And then let's check the switching panel, center console, and 1215 on the guard. We'll be as realistic as we can today, of course. And then 1228 for Unicom. There we go. So let's check. We've got our spoilers. We've got the landing gear down, etc. Thrust levers, engine masters, engine mode selector, flaps, and rudder. Parking brake is set. There we go. Let's come up to the FCU. Our initial climb clearance today is going to be 9,000 feet, so we can go ahead and set that nice and early. Flight directors 1 and 2 on. We'll also put the constraints on as well. Let's turn up the brightness of the displays. Strangely enough, I remember this. This is based on the old fly-by-wire stable build, and the screens are that they're not fully blacked out at the back. I'm sure you can see that. We'll save some frame rates. We'll get rid of those. We're not going to use them. So that's all done. Happy with how that is. Our ILS is aligned already. We can now get the APU bleed on, then we'll give that a minute. To be fair, the pack should also have been turned off in a cold and dark setup. They were actually left on, so APU bleed is now on running. Let's start getting some passengers on board, shall we? So the cabin door at the back is opened, and I think passengers are starting to board. I'm trying to now get the pushback helper to actually open the doors, and well, it's not doing, which is a bit strange. So wondering how we can manipulate that. Otherwise, we're going to be departing with no virtual passengers, which is a little bit of a pain. Oh, if we use the luggage door, apparently they're coming in through that now. So, there you go. I can hear them getting on board. Right, passengers are now boarding. We'll come down and we'll look at setting up the McDo. So onto the Atsu AOC init press. 4 hours 19 minutes our flight time today. Just clear the GPS primary off there. Now, performance weights and balance page we're not going to touch because this doesn't load into the aircraft properly, which is why we had to use the Azovo weight screen. So we can go straight to the data page, check the IRS 3nav green and aircraft status, Rolls-Royce engines, valid AirX cycle. So over to the init page. And there's our departure destination. The alternate is Victor Mike Charlie. Our flight call sign today is Golf India Alpha 8764. Look at that cost index. A cost index of 120. Flight level 370 minus 47. Here's the temperature. And the tropopause is 526. I'm happy to, well, go on then, we'll edit it slightly. 52, it's closer to 52700, so let's go ahead and pop that in. The flight plan then, as per the flight plan on the OFP, it's departing runway 25 right on the Amboy to Delta. Amboy to Delta. And insert. And then our arrival into Hong Kong later this afternoon will be, well, we're planning ILS 07 left, and that's on the Betty 2 Alpha arrival. And let's just check, does that come in via Limes? Yes, it does, so we'll insert that. I am also using Navigraph data for the navigation information, so good to see that all that is there and imported into this aircraft. Right, so happy with that. Our flight plan gives us a distance of 1,910 miles, and the operational flight plan gives us 1,908 miles. Just 2 miles difference. But that's okay. Onto the RadNav page. Anything that we need to pop into that? I don't actually think there is that I'm going to be too bothered about popping in. I was just looking to see if there was a VOR on the actual airfield. Let me just have a quick look. I don't think there is. All I'm going to pop in there is we're departing runway 25 right, and the ILS frequency for 25 right isn't showing, but that's okay. What I can do is pop in the ILS frequency. I'll just put it on the VOR1, and that way I've got an ILS DME, which is 111.5. So we've at least got that for a little bit of situational awareness if we need it. Onto the init B page then. So our zero fuel weight center of gravity is now loaded in. Fuel planning page, what have we got? Are we finished refueling? We've got 40, we'll call it 40.1 tons in total. 40.1. And this block fuel doesn't work. Again, the Headwind have said there is a problem with this at the moment. But there we go. So a takeoff weight of yeah, it was slightly heavier, but we did load extra fuel, so 202 tons. A landing weight of 194. See, that landing weight technically is over the maximum, but I think we're going to burn more fuel, so I'm not going to be too concerned about that. The fuel for the alternate is let's call that 1.8 tons. Pop that in, and yeah, sadly, because the fuel calculator doesn't work correctly, we've got a minus flight time available. Good morning, Christian and Stephen Humphreys. Thanks for stopping on by. Onto the performance page then. Transition altitude here is 11,000 feet. And let's have a look at popping that in. Thrust reduction, acceleration. I'm going to just presume it's a noise abatement departure 2 here, so we'll leave all those as they are. We shall go flaps. Let's go flaps 2 because we are heavy. So flaps 2. And then let's have a look at those V-speeds calculated. 152, look how big they are compared to an A320. There we go. Right, so all of that is now done. Now, if we just bring up, I don't know if the VFR map will actually show a flight plan in this edition of the... oh, there it is. Oh, beautiful. So my apologies that Navigraph is unavailable to me today on stream. So we are going to taxi out from stand Golf 6. From Golf 6 then we will push back facing north, and we can taxi down via November Papa, which is this second darkened taxiway here. We'll taxi all the way from November Papa, and then we'll take November 2. So I'm just making notes of this as well, because we're obviously going to have to make the calls on Unicom. So I'm going to taxi north. We'll take November Papa, and then we'll hold at November 2 for departure runway 25. Right, on departure then, very straightforward today. We need to fly basically on runway heading until we reach 1,000 feet. So it's runway heading for 1,000 feet, and then we begin the right-hand turn. Our initial climb altitude is 9,000 feet, and minimum safe altitude towards the north of the airfield is 2,000 feet. Obviously, if we had a problem, then I would look to remain to the north of the field. We obviously do not want to go down to the south because, well, we have terrain. Vida, hello, sir. Hope you are well. John, your Takeoff performance page is broken. You've reinstalled it twice. Any solution you can't insert V1, VR flap settings and so on. Right, I would suggest that you've got a conflicting mod. So try removing everything from your community folder, because as you've just seen, that's just worked really nicely for me. You could also have an old fly-by-wire package installed as well. You can still have the latest fly-by-wire packages installed, because they work completely separate, but if you have an old outdated package installed in your content manager, that could potentially be a problem for you. Right, okay, I'm not going to bog us down too much with an emergency brief, because well, as I say, we're not going to do full real ops on this flight, but basically if I have a problem on departure, we're going to head north and get out of the way so we don't smash into anything concrete and hard. Alright, so that's all done. There's our departure briefing, and our passengers, I think, are just about done. Doors are closed. We'll get the signs on as well. Strangely enough, the seatbelt sign also isn't linked to self-loading cargo, so for anybody that uses that, need to be aware. Let's also have a look at that GPU, because we want that to disappear. There we go. Check the lower E camera, want to make sure all the doors are closed, and they are. We also get a co-pilot who joins us occasionally, not all of the time. Sometimes he disappears. Look, there he's gone. Now he's back. There he's gone. Now he's back. Gone, back, gone, back. So that's a little strange. But other than that, I think we're done. Acupressure is not in the green. Can we pressurize that? See if that works. Normally with the luggage doors, that would sort that out. Is that moving at all? Might not be modelled just yet. No, that's not moving. Okay, we'll get that page off. Where's the switching panel changed as well? Alright, well, never mind. Let's hope we don't have to brake too harsh. We'll not be doing single engine taxi anyway. Right, a couple of little things to check, then we'll run the before start checklist.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the flight deck, this is your captain speaking. My name is Gavin, and I'd like to welcome you on board this Airbus A330 Neo aircraft. Our flight time today should be as scheduled, and we're not anticipating any delays or any bad weather, so we should have a nice, pleasant, and safe flight for you. In the next few minutes or so, we'd like you to get yourselves seated, sat down safely with your seatbelts fastened, flying with you today, and we thank you for choosing to fly with the Easyjet sit behind. Thank you. Cabin crew, please arm doors and cross-check.
Right, so let's just double check that overhead, and we'll go ahead and run our checklists. So before start checklist, cockpit preparation is complete, signs are on and auto, adheres 3 nav green, fuel quantity is 40180 kilograms and balanced as it can be on this aircraft. FMGS is set and altimeter is 1006. Now I think the cabin crew have already armed the doors, so let's go ahead and get ready to push back. We'll see how the pushback mod works as well with this aircraft in a moment. So let's get the beacon light on. Sadly, as I say, acupressure is not in the green. We'll get the standby on as well for the transponder, and let's see if we can call our pushback mod.
This is ground. Stand by.
Paul, no, you don't need to delete the fly-by-wire mod in order to use the A330. That is correct. Right, ground are doing their walk around before start checklist below the line. Windows and doors are closed and armed. Beacon is on. Mobile phone is on silent. Parking brake is set.
Okay, sir. The bypass pin is installed. All doors and hatches closed and all ground equipment is removed.
The parking brakes are set. You may lift.
Parking brake set. Lifting the aircraft.
So just check we're on Unicom. In fact, I've not checked that these radios work with V-Pilot.
Standing by.
Looks like they do, so that's good. So let's make the call. Jakarta traffic, Indonesia 8764, pushing back from stand Golf 6 facing north. Right, let's see if the mod works with this aircraft.
Jakarta traffic, Indonesian 464 is pushback and start, facing south.
Push. Parking brakes set.
Okay. Cleared for push start. Please release parking brake.
Parking brakes are released.
Commencing pushback.
Why do I get the feeling I'm being lifted into the air?
You will start in the sequence.
Okay, pushback completed. Please set your parking brake.
Oh yeah,
Pushback.
that's not good, is it? Right. Okay. Tell you what, I'm going to put that. I'm going to put the parking brake back on. Let's try using pushback helper instead. So let's see if we can get this working.
Cockpit to ground.
This is ground. Stand by.
Oh no, I don't want you. I don't want you to work. You don't work. Right, we're on our way back. Let's start the engines. So, engine mode selected to start, and starting engine 1. Lots of ground crew, aren't there, around this large aircraft?
Okay, sir. The bypass pin is installed.
Oh,
All doors
he's
and
still
hatches
talking
are
to
closed
me.
and all ground equipment is removed.
I need
Please
to...
set parking brakes.
I don't want to stop the pushback. If I stop the pushback, we'll stop the pushback far too soon. We'll just leave him be
Please
for
set
now.
parking brakes.
Gentlemen and channel members, on behalf of the crew I ask that you now please direct your attention to the monitors and cabin crew as we review the
Please set parking brakes.
There are 6 emergency exits on this A320 Neo. Please take a minute to locate the
Oh,
one
the cabin crew's confused. This isn't an A320 Neo.
Count the number of rows to the exit.
Starting engine 2.
Strap and tighten it. If you are traveling with children, ensure you put your own mask on first before helping others. In the unlikely event of an emergency landing and evacuation, leave all your carry-on luggage and items behind. Life rafts are located beneath your seat. Emergency lighting in the floor will guide you to your nearest exit. We now ask that all carry-on luggage is stowed away safely during the flight. Whilst we wait for takeoff, please take a moment to review the safety procedures and the safety card in front of you. Electronic devices must now be switched off or turned to airplane mode. and
Pushback
we
complete.
instruct you that this is against
Parking
safety
brake set.
The parking brakes
Our
are set.
cabin service will
You may
Parking brake set. Lifting the aircraft.
No, don't lift my aircraft.
now join the channel.
Stop.
please cancel pushback operation.
Oh, there we go.
Roger. Pushback cancelled.
Thank you for your attention and we hope you enjoy.
Yes, you were rubbish. So I need you to disappear. Thank you very much. Okay, engine number 2 is also now stabilized. Let's do the after start flows. Engine mode selector to normal. We'll get the APU bleed off. Anti-ice not required. So let's do spoilers, rudder, flaps 2. And what is that C of G? We've got 30.8 on the C of G. Let's have a quick look. So that should do. Alright, after start checklist. Anti-ice is not required. Ecam status is checked. Pitch trim 30.8 and rudder trim set 0. Okay, well whilst we're stationary, let's do a flight control check. So, full left, full right, neutral, full up, full down, neutral rudder, full right, rudder, full left, neutral. Flight control checks are completed. Okay, pushback tug is clear. We'll get the lights on, and then we shall begin the taxi. I'm just checking. Actually, is that on? I don't want that on. There's only 2 places for that. So we've got that into the taxi position. It's okay. I've done some new key bindings, and I'm just checking. I don't want the landing lights on just yet, whilst we're still on the taxiway. So there we go. Let's begin the taxi. So release the parking brake, and let's have a little bit of thrust to get going. Christopher Shaw, good morning to you, sir. Hope you are well. Now, this aircraft taxis incredibly sluggishly through the corners, and what I found is if you've got
Indonesia 464 is taxiing to runway 25 right.
just listening to ATC. Yes, so it's terrible for turning corners, this aircraft. So if you have dual thrust levers, then that can become very handy for turning corners. Because obviously you can set a bit of asymmetric thrust, and that works. So we're now nicely all signposted correctly as well. So we're taking the second right just here onto November Papa. So this is where I've got to try and get a full hard lock on it, and if that doesn't work, we'll just use a bit of brake and set thrust on engine number 1 to help turn, because otherwise you really do struggle. Thrust on engine 1 and a use of the toe brakes to help make that turn. Jakarta traffic, Indonesia 8764, taxiing now via November Papa to holding point November 2 for departure runway 25 right. Okay, so PEDS check, performance hasn't changed, it's still going to be a toga takeoff. Engine out procedure, head north. Departure is correctly programmed in the FMGC. Stop altitude is 9,000 feet. Let's do the before takeoff checklist to the line. Flight controls have been checked. briefing is confirmed. Flaps setting is config 2, and that's set and confirmed. And FMA takeoff data 147 blue, 152 magenta, climb nav blue, 1FD2, 9000 blue, and toga. Rico 87, good morning to you. Transponder is set, ECAM memo, takeoff no blue. Electronic flight bag has been stolen. It's not there. Right, this is November 3. One of the things we need to remember, guys, 4.5 hours from now when we come into land, is that we are a lot higher up than we would be in the 320. So when you come into land this aircraft, remember you're going to touch down a lot sooner than you would normally expect. Look at that rain cloud over there. Speaking of rain cloud, guess what? We've got the terrain radar, and we've got a weather radar, we've got predictive wind shear radars, all work. Obviously we can't have both on, but look, a little bit of weather radar just there as well. I'm happy not to have the terrain radar on for our departure today, because technically, unless we have a problem, we've got good visibility as well. So right, here is November 2. Asymmetric braking, that's a good idea as well. So we're going to use a little bit of asymmetric thrust on engine number 2 here to help us turn this corner. It's not a problem in the A330-900, is it? But in this aircraft it is. It just doesn't turn quite as well as perhaps it should. Okay, so here we are at November 2. Okay, all looks good. We've not heard any other aircraft on Unicom, and just check with my fellow co-pilot. Do you reckon that's what HD looks like? The approach path is clear. Brake temperatures are all good, so let's go ahead and line up. We're actually moving even though I've got the brakes pressed. Oh, I know why. I pressed the brakes while I was panning around the flight deck, so it doesn't work. And another annoying post-sim update 5 bug. Jakarta, traffic Indonesia 8764, lining up runway 25 right for departure on the Amboy 2 Delta. Okay, so lights all coming on, and we'll set TCAS and transponder. There we go. Before takeoff checklist below the line, cabin is secured for takeoff. In fact, I've not told the self-loading cargo guys, but they're now secured for takeoff. Engine mode selector is normal, and TCAS is on, TARA. We'll get the packs off as well in a second. Let's get ourselves lined up. I have to concentrate a lot harder turning this aircraft than I would do any other. There we go. Okay, packs 1 and 2 is off, and anti-ice not required. Okay, good morning HD. Any ideas how to fly this thing? Takeoff. Let's start the chrono and set 50% M1. And set takeoff thrust. Man toga, SRS, and runway. Trying to keep this thing on the center line isn't easy.
100 knots, check.
That crosswind causing me a bit of a problem on departure. It might be a bit of a rocky takeoff in a second. V1, rotate.
Positive rate climb.
Now, I'm not quite sure how well the flight directors are calibrated for this departure initially. Certainly after setting climb thrust, so we'll eyeball it a little bit. So we actually need to fly out on runway heading and no turns below 1,000 feet, according to the chart. So let's lower that nose and set climb thrust. Thrust climb. Flaps 2. Doesn't climb too well, does it, this aircraft? Speed's gaining nicely. And flap 0. Disarm the spoilers. Let's get a pack back on, shall we? We'll get that autopilot turned back on in a moment. There we go, climbing nicely. You have to concentrate a heck of a lot more when the when you know the aircraft isn't 100% as working as it should be. Okay, autopilot 1 is now engaged. Let me get pack 2 back on. Dr. Magic, it is very nice to see the weather and terrain radar back on. Indeed it is. Oh, nice little rainbow as well to go with it. So ATC are obviously not online today, which means we shall sort our own departure routings and climb out. There is a mandatory altitude on the chart at Nabil, which is, if I just zoom out a second, have we got Nabil showing yet on the nav? It's over here somewhere. 9,000 feet, that's mandatory. I would imagine that is because you've got aircraft above and below coming back in and around to come and land back at Jakarta. So that's probably the reason for that. So we can stick with that, and then after we've passed there, then we'll continue our climb out. Let's just ding the cabin crew. So there you go, speed alt star.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll shortly begin our cabin service as we continue to climb to our cruising altitude. You may now use your electronic devices.
Thrust climb. Climb.
Rechargeable battery packs are also available to purchase from
Why are we in
the
climb and not alt star? There we go, speed alt star.
joining our frequent flyers and becoming a
Let's hope it captures this altitude at 9,000 feet. A reminder, transition altitude is 11,000 feet here in Jakarta. Piero, good morning to you. Nick, have you ever crashed the desktop? Oh, never. All that prep gone. Right, let's have a quick look. There you go. At Nabil, then we can continue the climb. Strangely enough, it says plus 9,000 there. That's not true according to the chart. It should be exactly 9,000. So it's only 15 miles away. We'll continue 9,000 feet, mandatory altitude, and then after that we'll look to continue our climb. Strangely enough, there are some other mandatory altitudes. Flight level 170 is mandatory at Idrin, 120 mandatory at Rati, and again I would imagine that ATC would probably play a little bit fast and loose with those depending on inbound traffic. So I'm going to remain at 9,000 feet for now, but then once we've crossed that, we'll look at continue our climb away. I'm going to set flight level 320, which is a mandatory altitude at Mulan, a little bit further out. We just need to get above 10,000 feet, then we'll check the weight of our aircraft. Nabil, that's your name. Indeed. Welcome to the stream, Nabil. Good to have you on board. And, well, I'll be happy to be flying over you in a few moments. That looks nice, doesn't it? Look at the rain that was falling down there. Beautiful. One of the things I also like in the fly-by-wire aircraft on the navigation display is the top right-hand corner, where obviously you've got your waypoint information. Instead of giving you a time that you're arriving or expected to arrive at, it's actually counting down. I like that. I don't know why. I know obviously I can do the maths and work out when we would be there, but no, I like it counting down. But that's just me. Dave, does Microsoft Flight Sim show an actual level, or are they all plus? I think in the custom flight plan manager of the experimental version on the fly-by-wire A330-900, it does show them correctly. Nabil, you never knew there was a waypoint named after you. Well, now you do. Klaus, it looks like I've lost my flaps. Yeah, the exterior model, when you actually venture outside, so as you'd set for custom views, they're pretty naff at the moment, but they'll get there. They'll get there. So that one's a custom view. This is a drone camera, so obviously the external model looks different compared to the cockpit camera to the drone camera, so that's why that looks a little bit different. That's the custom view. That's the drone camera. So it'll get there. Right, so let's set flight level 230 now. So thrust climb, open climb 230 blue, and we'll set standard pressure as well on the standby. Christopher, is there a dummy's guide to explain the constraints under the waypoints? You get befuddled. Why some mandatory, some you might clear straight past on descent, etc. In terms of explaining them, it's actually quite straightforward. It looks pretty neat on the Jepson charts. And it's basically, if there's an altitude with a line above it, then you can go no higher than that altitude. If there is an altitude with a line below it, you need to be above that altitude. If you've got an altitude with a line above and below, you need to be at that altitude. So that's essentially why. We've passed flight level 100, or 10,000 feet as it was, so we'll just go in and clear the RadNav page out. Try that again. Now I imagine that's actually our arrival ILS, so I'm going to leave that in there for now. Nabil, oh, thank you so much, Nabil, for your 449 donation. And Nabil says that you haven't been on a flight sim stream for a long time, since you sold your PC. Oh no. So sad to hear, but thank you so much, Nabil. Really do appreciate that. That is incredibly kind of you, Nabil. So, no PC flight simming for you, Nabil, for a while. That's a shame. Right, I think we can get the seatbelt signs off as well now, can't we?
Ladies and gentlemen, the seatbelt sign has now been turned off. You are now free to move around the cabin.
Christopher, that's a great way of looking at it. The lines are ceilings, either above or below or between.
In case of unexpected turbulence, please contact a member of the cabin crew if you require assistance. Thank you.
Hopefully that's explained it to you, and actually I don't think I could have put that better myself. Yeah, So if you've got an altitude with a line above, that's your ceiling. You can't go above that altitude. If you've got an altitude with a line below, you need to be above that altitude. Obviously an altitude then with a line above and below, you're boxed in. You have to be at that altitude. Anyone actually know what the average fuel flow on a 330 is in real life during the climb phase? We have taken lots of extra fuel with us. Night and Out, what to do if ATC asks you to take off from a runway that is different from that of SimBrief? Comply. As a quick answer, you have to do what ATC tell you to. You just need to change your runway. If they're also giving you the runway and ATC are online, they're probably giving you a new SID as well. So just pop that in, and that's fine. Dylan, is there a way to make the aircraft descend automatically at a point for the A320? No. Boeing does this, doesn't it? Doesn't Boeing descend automatically, which sounds dangerous in my view. But no, not in the Airbus. All that automation, but you still are in control. Right, cruise flight level today is flight level 370, but we're much too heavy. So initial climb, let's stop that. Let's go 350 to begin with. No ATC around still, so we're going to set flight level 350 blue. Simon says that Boeing's descends automatically only when you set the MCP altitude to a lower level. I like to be in control of when I start the descent. I mean, when we have VNAV in the Airbus, that's going to be really nice, but even with VNAV, you're still going to be in control when you start the descent. Lots of rain falling from the clouds over there. Nicely modelled, as you can see. And if we just have a quick look at the VFR map, we will see, where are we? We will see that we don't have any landfall until, is it Malaysia? I think we may pass over Malaysia in a little while, but lots of oceanic flying today, which is nice. Not something we've done for a while. Not done a Mileage Monday flight for a while though, have we? So that's just nice to be Mileage Mondaying again. So once we get up to cruise, we'll do the top of flight checks, top of climb checks rather, and then we shall head back to the galley for a drink. I've not had my morning cuppa yet, and it's 10:25 here in the UK. Christopher, it does look good, doesn't it? Yeah, let me just try and explain what's happening with the custom views. So, to get custom views, you would normally move around the flight deck like this, get outside the flight deck, and then set up a custom view, which is fine. The problem with custom views is, at the moment, the cockpit model of the aircraft, because the cockpit model and the exterior model are two different things, but the cockpit model of the aircraft doesn't actually exist. So if I step outside, here's the cockpit model, which is fine, but there's not actually an aeroplane. Way to break a immersion in the simulator. There's no actual aeroplane, so you don't really get great sort of custom views at the moment. So I'm going to be interested to see how we do with our fuel burn all the way through this flight today. Miles from Izned, and what would be interesting, we've got the little top of climb arrow showing just there. See how that is. What's that? It's about 27, 28 miles out, maybe. We'll see if it moves. I don't expect it to be realistic in the slightest, but we're going to obviously keep an eye on it and see what that's like. Renato, thank you so much for your $9.99 donation, Renato. Hope you've had a great weekend and have got something to look forward to this week. Thank you so much for flying with us today as well. Great to have you on board. Really appreciate that, Renato. Thank you so much. And Daisy on Twitch tells me, no, it's still the Indonesian island of Kalimantan. Malaysia's towards the west a little bit more. Oh, thank you. You can tell I don't fly in this area very much. All I know is it's not the Atlantic Ocean. MacPack22 says, yeah, a few niggles aside, this is a great aircraft and very flyable, and it's only recently been developed, hasn't it? So lots of lots of way to go, really. Hopefully get some nice flight deck views and nice views of the weather. Now, if anyone's downloaded the operational flight plan, which is pinned at the moment, check out the weather. Check out the weather, because there's some interesting stuff coming up. Malcolm, good morning to you. Oh, I am so happy to announce that yes I am finally using the Airbus Thrustmaster TCA throttle quadrant, complete with spoilers, flaps, parking brakes, gear, etc, and of course the side stick. And oh my word, I need to practice landing again. Cythria, it says that it's sad because it is better this aircraft is better than what the Project Megapack team launched, which is sad because it had potential. That is of course true, but I think the big difference stems from the fact that this aircraft has the fly-by-wire systems underpinning all the electronics. So that's good. Malcolm, how did I get into the detents? Do you know what? That is a very good question. Basically, you can see there that in the simulator here we're in the climb detent. Well, if you actually saw my thrust levers, my physical thrust levers sat here at the side of me, I'm actually in the Flex and MCT detent here. So the Flex and MCT descent just happens to match up with the climb detent here in the A330. So I don't know if that's just dumb luck or if it's been designed that way, but that's nice. Christian, that might just be my accent, mate. The Project Megapack. Although the Project Magic Pack does sound something quite amazing. This is using the fly-by-wire mod. Yes, it's an older version of the mod, but yes it is. So we're going to check to see how we do with the altitude capture. I did have an occasional, when I was messing around with this a while back, that it didn't capture the altitude, so I want to be dead nailed on with these FMA changes. HD will be pleased to hear that if he's still around. Need to make sure that we don't miss any of those. And it's also really nice to know that we've got operational TCAS as well, so... This guy doesn't move very much, does he? He looks rather chilled. It'd be nice if he just, I don't know, scratched his nose occasionally. Mark says to Christopher that, yeah, you'll love it, just wait for the flat spoiler items to become available. Well, I have actually got the full captain's pack, so you're not buying with the captain's pack, you don't buy them separately, you literally buy everything and it all comes together really nicely. You've got the side stick, you've got the thrust levers, and then you've got the additional pack, the flaps, the spoilers, etc., all in one shipment. So the TCA captain pack, the Airbus edition, is absolutely fantastic. And Bravo 632 says, yeah, you have the TCA throttle, quad and add-on flaps, etc., etc., along with all the side stick. They are great. Enjoy. I am doing, but I need to practice landing again, because just getting the feel of this side stick compared to what I was using, particularly in those last few feet. Christopher, you've got the captain's pack on Amazon for pre-order. Excellent. Callum, you don't think the FO's feet can reach the pedals? He can slide his chair. Where is the gizmo? It's down here, isn't it? Normally, or is it the other side? No, it's down here, and they've normally got. Oh, it's just there. The sun's shining on it. You've got letters and numbers and things. So the idea being that you can essentially set it, every aircraft that you fly, into the same values, so you know exactly where you want to be when you're flying for optimum visibility. Right, here we go. Alt star. Let's make sure this captures flight level 350. Dr. Magic, it looks like I've had a row with the other guy and he's not talking to you. Oh, that's the worst thing that can happen on an aircraft. Crew resource management. How many times have we seen that let flight crews down? Sadly, most of it appears to be the Eastern Airlines, where a strong leadership ethic has been instilled upon the generations, which is fine, but there are some times when your FO needs to call out the captain. Stevenson, does the FS2 crew work with this aircraft? Do you know, I've not tried it. We're at Alt Star, looks like it's capturing 350 nice and well. Wayne, hello Wayne. Ahoy there, playmates. Good to have you on board. Wayne, have you seen what we're flying today? Right, so we're not going to go alt cruise, that's fine. Let's just change that. 350. Now we should get alt cruise. Lovely. Right, we'll just stick here for a while, I think. So where's my operational flight plan? We're headed towards Amboy now, which is actually the last waypoint on our departure. We've been airborne for 24 minutes. Let's have a look how we're doing. We should be at Amboy at around 29 minutes in, which is another reason why I like a timer just there. Rather than having to work out that that's 4 minutes away. 24 plus 4 is 28, so yeah, we're pretty much on time there. What would I expect to see fuel wise then? Let's work this out. Fuel wise, we should have 27.8. 27.8, is that right? God, that seems like a lot of fuel burnt to get to that altitude. 27.8. This is according to the operational flight plan. At Amboy, I should have 27.8 tons, and we've got an extra 5.5 there, so I should have 33.3 tons of fuel, and I've got 37. So we're doing absolutely fine at the moment. Wayne, it is indeed not just a huge beast, but an absolutely gorgeous looking huge beast. Check that out. Oh, contrails as well. Very nice. Gary, looks like I've gained weight over the weekend. Very true. How's the handling? Handling is pretty good, but the real test of that is when we come to land in about 4 hours' time, isn't it? So our flight time today is what? 4? Yeah, we've got about 4 hours to go. So anyone that's keeping tabs, and if you are busy today, Then, what is it? Zulu times 9:30, 10, 11, 12, 1. So around 1:30. So 13:30 Zulu time is roughly when we should be touching down. 13:30 Zulu time. For those of you here in the UK, that's around 2:30, of course. Christian, the next thing, I'll be getting the 320 overhead panel from VR Insight. Oh, Christian, don't tempt me. I've seen that, and what's the... there's a full setup, isn't there, on YouTube? Which is just basically the captain's side. And I forget the company that make it, but it is the full... it's basically the full left-hand side and pedestal of the flight deck. And that is stunning. Can you imagine that? I think it must be about £30,000. It's like a year's wage to the average person. Of course, that could be completely skew-whiffed. I don't even know what the average wage is anymore, particularly here in the UK, and essentially worldwide I'm sure it's much lower. But either way, that is for boys who can afford special toys, isn't it? So the pressurization page doesn't work. The electrics page is looks okay, but no hydraulics. Fuel used just under 3 tons. Wayne, the engines look massive. It'll upset Greta. You love it. Well, it is a Neo, Wayne, so it's fuel efficient, so she might partly approve. Brake temperatures are fine and everything's working as it should. Nice.
Ladies and gentlemen from the cockpit, once again, just to let you know that we reached our cruise level for the flight today. The cabin crew will be making their way around serving drinks, hot coffee, teas, etc. So if we need any answers here or items, we might just sit back and enjoy the rest of the flight. Thank you.
So Astroliver 76, it would be great if on long flights like this you did the actual work in the cockpit. Thinking, for example, of the carryover of the fuel time. Well, I'm not sure what you mean there, Astroliver. We pretty much do everything that we need to. I'm going to go ahead and get some en route weathers as well in a moment before I head out to the galley and go and grab a much needed cup of tea this morning. Malcolm, you will wait for one of the videos tutorial on how to get the throttle into the HT10 perfectly, flex and toga. Oh, I hear Captain George. Just bear with me one sec, guys. Let's go see what Captain George has for us this morning. Sorry about that, guys. Captain George didn't have anything to deliver for us, which is a shame. Few spotted clouds out there. So sorry, I got interrupted. Malcolm, you said you waited for a tutorial on how to get the throttle into the tent, because for you it's nowhere near. I honestly don't know. It's not something that I've actually actively searched for, done and tried. It just worked. It just happened. So yeah, I'm not sure I can give you a tutorial on that, Malcolm. It purely was just sheer dumb luck, really. Bravo 632 says great stream, you've learnt a lot. Thank you. Oh, you're so welcome, Bravo. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you for being here. Love having you guys flying alongside us. And Cytherea says it's a little bit wide and a bit slow in terms of the handling in a short final. Ooh, short final and A330, they're two words I don't want to hear in the same sentence together. Fitzy said that it's €790 for the overhead panel. Oh, but are there drivers available for it to work with Microsoft Flight Simulator? That's the next question. If game over, the fuel is unbalanced. Yeah, well, you know, I think you can tell the fuel's unbalanced when you go to the fuel page and see that for some reason the center and the inner tanks are empty. So it shows that on the lower ECAM, but if you have a look on the fuel page, it's actually not too badly balanced at all. So I'll switch to kilograms. Yeah, you can see it's not bad, so I'm not quite sure what's going on there. I think that's because of the fly-by-wire issue. I think Moisty aircraft are going to get cancelled because of Greta. Well, I hope not. Christian, you thought it would be King George. Well, do you know, it was funny because we got the dog, called it George. Well, I didn't, the wife did. Called it George, and then not long after, Prince... oh, what's his name? I've forgotten now. Not Prince Harry. William. Prince William and his beloved bride announced the birth of their new baby boy, and it was to be called George. Well, oh, it's so kind and nice of them to name them after our dog. Mikey says the great thing about this particular aircraft is that it doesn't burn real aviation fuel. No, it burns electricity, but at least it kicks out plenty of heat as well, so I don't need the heater in the winter. I'm going to do more streams, I think, over the winter months. Less heating bills. Mikey M, thank you for subscribing, and same to Maurizio as well. Thank you for subscribing too. Great to have you guys both on board. Christinian, I don't even know my monarchs. No. Well, you'd know them more than I, wouldn't you? Aren't they German? And Daisy, you commented on a video about the A330 and you're just wondering if I found any issues with stars. It might just be the odd airport. Well, we could go and have a look at the star and see what the plan's looking like. I'm going to do that. Grab some en route weathers, and then I really, really need my morning cup of tea. So I've got quite a few waypoints to scroll through before we get to the stars. Actually, that looks exactly like the chart that I've got in front of me. Yep, that is spot on. Look at that lovely arrival. If the aircraft flies that, then I think we're going to be happy. A7C12 Gaming. Nice to see me flying a different aircraft. Thanks for the flight and good luck on today's landing. Thank you so much. And yeah, I do like flying different aircraft, but I like flying them with sort of how can we put this modestly? I like flying them with some sort of high degree of realism and accuracy. So if I was to jump into a Boeing, for example, then I'd just be floundering around in the dark. Did anyone see my CRJ stream when that first came out? But with this, it's just the A320's big brother, isn't it? So that's fine. Malcolm says that's the beauty of the A320X. The throttle calibration on the flight pad is brilliant. Well, they want to. Headwind want to bring. So this is an old version of the stable build, 5 point something or 0.5 point something, and they want to bring the new stable build 0.7.0 into this aircraft. And of course, when they do that, that's when the flight pad will appear and a lot of other features. I think Moisey says it better be an A330 but a landing. Yeah, I wouldn't hold your breath. And Grant is looking forward to this flight. Well, we're going to be here for another 4 hours or so yet, Grant. You've got plenty of time to enjoy the flight today. Those wings look terrible. We need some. We need some proper views. What you can do is go into the cabin with the drone and then sort of make a sort of wing view, like so. Not great though. It's an option. Mark, it may be a frozen butter landing. Yes, quite right. Oh, I think Captain George might be calling again. Captain George. Oh, I shall be back in a second, guys. I'm back with you again. See, the problem with Captain George is he is fantastic. An absolute gem of a first officer. But he has wonderful hearing, which you may think is great. And it is. Except he hears the postman when he walks down our street, and he's still got another 20 houses to deliver to before he gets to us, and he just sits there and barks until the postman gets there. I could open the door and let him just run free to go and say hello, because he's a very nice and welcoming dog, but I don't think the postman would approve, so we just have to stand there and wait until he actually gets there while I try and calm him down. So, Christian, you think it would be a great idea for a new stream series? Put Gavin and another random viewer into an aircraft they don't know and see what happens. We'd just sit and drink tea, Christian. We wouldn't get airborne. Mark, come in worse than the Jet 2 photo you put on the Discord. Which one was that, Mark? You have to remind me what that was. So is the overhead banner giving us an estimated time of arrival? Yeah, I don't think that's right. I don't think that's right at all. Some strange things going on with the overhead banner recently. Perhaps an update is required. Anyway, I am going to get these en route weather sorted. So let me see. I don't know this part of the world too well, so let's come down and check what we're going to be looking at. So we've got AOC, ATSU. So we'll do a weather request, obviously, for our arrival airport, which is Victor Hotel Hotel Hotel. We don't need two of those. So, oh, I can't change these. I can only add to them. Oh wow, this is going back in time, isn't it? Right. Well, in that case, if I've got to keep one as my departure airport for the entire time, then let's have a look at, I don't even know what the larger airports are. So we've got Kuching International Airport, Whiskey Bravo Golf Golf. Let's pop that in there. Whiskey Bravo Golf Golf. And then I would imagine we've got Ho Chi Minh City, which is Victor Victor Tango Sierra. So we'll send those off. Oh, Mark, the bumpy landing into Leeds and the overhead panel drops down. Yes, I did see that. Yes. Don't want to be hit by one of those. Look at that, little bit of weather on the weather radar, and there it is, out ahead. So nice to see. Yeah, Christian, that's pretty much how the stream would go. How do we start the engines? No idea. Let's have tea. Nick, does the printer work? Do you think I'm going to test that? Remind me when we're on the ground. Mark, I've just seen that, mate. Thank you. So, what have we got at the moment? Winds, I mean, we're 4 hours away, but winds are 360 at 10, great visibility, that's okay. And then coming up, we've got thunderstorm, light rain, visibility 5,000 meters. Yeah, and that's at Kuching International Airport. In fact, have we got that? Have we got airports on the EFIS? We might not have, actually, you know. No, wait, we haven't. And then a little bit further on, the weather's much nicer. Much nicer over the China region. Well guys, it's definitely time to go and grab a drink from the cabin. We are on live time as well. I'm not too sure what time the sun will set in Hong Kong today, so we may have an evening landing, which could be interesting. The sun's already getting low in the sky. It's high in the sky here. I've just been chatting to the postman. It's quite warm out for mid-October, isn't it? So guys, if you have enjoyed the flight so far, and obviously don't want to miss the landing, but you are a little bit busy, then please do make sure to give the stream a like and hit the subscribe button, turn on that notifications bell, and hopefully you'll catch our landing a little bit later on. And yeah, big thanks to everyone who's watched so far. Keep us on in the background if you are busy today. It is an absolutely gorgeous looking aircraft. And Donut has just dropped a $100 donation. Wow, Donut, that is incredibly kind of you, Donut. I'm a little bit lost for words on that, to be perfectly honest with you. Donut, thank you so much for your support of the channel. That is absolutely incredibly generous. I really don't know what to say to that, Donut. I love the name, by the way. You are also my favourite pudding, and my sons, who can't get enough of them. Particularly as a Dunkin' Donuts opened about 5 minutes away from where we live a couple of years ago. That's not been good for the purse strings. But Donut, thank you so much for that incredibly kind donation. Honestly, I don't know what to say to that, but thank you for joining us. I hope you enjoyed the channel. Yeah, wow. I now need to go and make 2 cups of tea to get over the shock. Incredibly kind of you, Donut, and very much appreciate it. Thank you so much. And here's hoping that we have a nice safe landing at the other end. And if you are on our Discord server as well, Donut, please do get in touch with us so that I can chat to you personally. Thank you so much once again. So we're now just looking at making contact with our first little bit of land since departing. And this is still part of Indonesia as well. Going to see if we can get a better view down there. Let's have a look. Oh, that looks great. Look at the cloud formations over the landmass. And what I like as well is because it picks up the aerosol data of what's in the air. Sometimes it's not that clear. If you can look down, it actually does look a little bit hazy, doesn't it? But that's a beautiful view. Right guys, I'm going to go and have to grab that cup of tea. So, I shall be back with you in the chat room very shortly, as I'm out of the flight deck for about 10 minutes, and then I'll be back in the chat room with you guys, and we'll keep an eye on things. So far, so good. No ATC around, so if ATC pops up, then they'll have to wait for my return. Speak to you all soon.
bound shortly to commence our hot meal and snacks service. Please ensure that your tray tables are in the downward position. To assist our cabin crew, please keep the aisles free of bags and any other items you may have. The food and snacks menu can be found in the back pocket of the seat in front of you. There is also a children's selection of food and healthy snacks available. Please dispose of any rubbish you may have in the bag provided at the ends of the aisles. We accept payment in cash or credit and debit cards. Thank you for your support of this channel.
understand. You say that you're catching feelings.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to commence our service of hot drinks and alcoholic beverages. Please assist us by ensuring your tray tables are down and that the aisles are kept clear of bags. Our drinks menu can be found in the pocket in front of you. We serve a variety of local and international coffee, tea, beers, wines, and spirits. Please note that alcoholic drinks will not be served to those under 18 years of age. We accept payment in cash or credit and debit cards. Thank you for your support of this channel.
Tell me which lane are you choosing? Should I stay or go? 'Cause I can't keep on waiting for something. And you still say you don't know. Hell nah.
Ladies and gentlemen, take advantage today of some fantastic savings and offers from our in-flight magazine. This can be found in the back pocket of the seat in front of you. These shopping ideas and gifts offer you tax-free savings with many items not available anywhere else and exclusive to you during your flight today. Our cabin crew will be around shortly to also offer you the chance to purchase airline lottery tickets. There is a chance to win some fantastic prizes, including cash and holidays. We accept payment in cash or credit and debit cards. Thank you for your support of this channel. service of hot drinks and alcoholic beverages. Please assist us by ensuring your tray tables are down and that the aisles are kept clear of bags. Our drinks menu can be found in the pocket in front of you. We serve a variety of local and international coffee, tea, beers, wines, and spirits. Please note that alcoholic drinks will not be served to those under 18 years of age. We accept payment in cash or credit and debit cards. Thank you for your support of this channel.
are about to saw in-flight music if you'd like to watch it. Please plug in your headphones and select channel 3 from your armrest remote. Thank you and enjoy the film.
Hello guys, welcome back. Right, I'm here now for the duration to carry out our landing, carry out our approach brief, and and just as I came back, Pokway, thank you so much for your $5.87 donation. Really kind of you. So thank you very much for that. And he says, have a safe landing. Well, fingers crossed. That's all we can say. It's obviously a new aircraft, certainly not one that I have done lots and lots of flights in. I think I've only done a couple of landings in this, so we shall see how that carries out. But thank you, Pocket, very kind of you, and really do appreciate that. So I've just fired off a weather request. We're going to go and get all that information plumbed in to the approach page in a second. I'm going to check the chart, and I think I've already pre-calculated that our top of descent is going to be at about 80 miles or so from now what was the name of that waypoint? Oh, Mango. Nice fruity approach. 80 miles from Mango, and you can see Mango coming up on the navigation display just there under just above Betty. So we've got some great waypoint names on our flight this afternoon. So hopefully now you can see the mouse cursor as well. There is Betty. Alien X Gaming, have I ever simulated an engine failure or any other failures whilst flying? No, we've had some that haven't been simulated. They've just happened. But trying to simulate an engine failure is possible, and I have messed around with it off stream. If you've watched the channel regularly, you'll most likely have seen me talk about engine failures on departure, stuff like that, and what we would do. And then I've gone ahead and, as I say, sort of practiced those off stream a little bit, just so you can get your head around actually doing them. It's one thing saying them, but actually carrying them out is carrying them out is completely different, as is most things, compared to talking about it and then doing it in real life. Actually doing it becomes a lot easier to understand what you're talking about as and when we've done it. So potentially in the future there's an idea there for a video. But anyway, let's concentrate on what we're doing right now. In fact, just before we get down, can we get the dome lights on so I can actually see what we're doing? Here we go. Who was it that asked me a moment ago if we had any frame rate drops? We haven't, actually, which is really good to see, because I know a few people saying that after a few hours of flying they've been getting them. So the weather in Hong Kong, we've got a QNH of well, actually, let's just do the wind first. So it's 010 at 14, 10 at 14. I'm still not printing these off, by the way, just in case. It's 28 degrees, and QNH is 1005. Lovely. So we are planning to land on runway 07 left. Our star for the arrival is the Betty 2 Alpha. And our top of descent is, as I said, it's going to be about 80 miles away, 80 miles away from Mango. Transition altitude here is 7,000 feet, 9,000 feet, 9,000 feet. So let's just go ahead, get some of this information written down in front of me. 9,000 feet. The platform altitude for our approach is 1,600 feet. Minimum safe altitude as we come in is 4,100 feet. We've got obviously terrain all around us. Actually, for those of you familiar with Hong Kong, the actual airport's on a little island. Is it a man-made island as well? I think. Christopher, this is the best sim you've ever flown. Oh, certainly from a graphics point of view. Quite right. Quite right too. Digital, have you just gone and got it? Great stuff. You'll love it. Right, the ILS frequency 111.1. So we'll go and check that in the RadNav page in a moment. Let's also get some VORs in here as well. We'll set up the RadNav page in a second. Elevation is just 22 feet, and the missed approach is basically right on a heading of 059 degrees and climb to 5,000 feet. Let's be honest, a missed approach could happen, particularly in this aircraft. Right, so where's Betty? Oh, we're still about 180 miles, so we've still got 100 miles to go before the top of descent. Let's populate that RADNAV page. We've got the correct ILS in there, so I want the Sierra Mike Tango VOR, and that's just going to help me with some descent calculations. There is 114.8. Now, sadly, the distance, the bearing to distance doesn't work. The bearing distance 2 page on the prog page, just because it's an old version of the fly-by-wire mod, at which point this didn't work. So I can't kind of put the waypoint I'm targeting in here, so we're having to eyeball it on the navigation display, which is why we're keeping an eye on where Mango is, and we've just put the VOR in as well, which is, it's not on the airport, it's a little bit after. Say I've done a daft thing and I've not got the Navigraph maps up, as the way I'm streaming today is a single monitor stream. But let's just have a quick look. Let's zoom in here. Right, so there you can see Mango. That's where we want to be, flight level 130, and then after that we'll descend. We would normally descend with ATC, except we'll descend on our own because we'll be sort of vectoring ourselves in. But this is the approach, and this is the approach which matches up exactly with the chart, so that's nice to see that looking as it should. So we'll obviously come in around, and here's our airport. That VOR that I put in on VOR 1 is just there, so you can see not a million miles away, but it is after the runway threshold, so we just need to take that into account. As long as we know about it, then we're all good. So happy with that. And then after we've landed, we are going to be vacating to the right, most likely on Alpha 7 or Alpha 8, and then we'll just park wherever, unless ATC are online and they tell us where to park. But I don't think ATC are going to be online. It's the middle of the night, isn't it, in Hong Kong? Well, not the middle of the night, but I think it's getting quite late. We've got weather radar and we've got TCAS working as well. In fact, the fact that it is working, I should have set that to below. I don't think it will make too much difference to us, but there we go. Dan 5800. Is it true only some people have wing views in the showcase camera? You have them and they're great, but some say they can't get them. I've no idea. I mean, the showcase camera here doesn't really have great wing views, not in this aircraft, because the model of the aircraft for those cameras isn't actually isn't rendered just yet. So, oh good lord, what's happened to the drone? Let's just sort that out, shall we? So I suppose what you could do is you could use your drone camera, get close enough, and sort of spin it around a little bit to kind of get that wing view that you're after. But yeah, at the moment, don't worry too much about proper wing views in this aircraft. It will come, just not yet. Redguard says, be prepared for a real disappointment with Hong Kong. It's probably the ugliest international airport in the sim. Yeah, it's a shame that something like this isn't a handcrafted airport, but there you go. Bravo 632, you're looking forward to this landing. You've lived in Hong Kong for 5 years, and was there right up to the handover back to China. Oh, fair enough. So, JJ, try landing at the old Hong Kong airport. I mean, does that even exist in real life anymore? You know, I try and stick with realism on this channel. But I can understand that people do like to see some crazy things every now and then. Don't think we've been to Hong Kong before, so this will be quite nice. I've not got the add-on either, so this literally will be default. I don't fly over this part of the world enough to perhaps warrant getting all of the add-ons. Right, before we go any further then, we want to obviously start looking at briefing the approach. Let's get back in the flight deck, shall we? So, onto the perf page, let's get all that information in. Whereabouts are we? Okay, so just reduce the range there. There we can see, so once we've got Mango about 80 miles away, then on the arc, that's when we'll start the top of descent. So the QNH is 1005. The temperature was +28. The wind is 01014. And the transition altitude 9,000 feet. Quick check of the chart then for our decision altitude. Still a Cat 1, isn't it? Cat 1, yeah, Cat 1 approach, because visibility is above 800 meters, runway visual range is above 550 meters, and the decision altitude is going to be 222. And set. So my plan will be, let's just go into plan mode. This is how I want to fly my arrival and approach. Now, this aircraft takes a lot of time to lose speed. Now, I don't know if that's the aircraft itself or whether it's just the way the simulator's working. But if I just flick through the flight plan here, and then we'll zoom in a little bit, and I'll explain how I want to do this. Can I zoom in a bit more? Yeah, okay. So then our route brings us in at Guava, and then Soco, which is just here, and then Limes. Now Limes is the final point before we begin making the almost like a base turn, if you like, at Limes. Now at Limes, what do we want to be at? Anywhere between 3,000 and 6,000 feet. We'll have to sort of eyeball this again with regards to how far away from the airport we are. We'll have the landing system turned on, that will give us a helping hand. But at Tonic, we want to be 180 knots and at 2,000 feet, so that's quite an important little marker there. So, might just make a note of that actually. So Tonic, we want to be at 2,000 feet. And 180 knots. So before we get to Tonic, I would be quite happy to have flaps 2 out at this point. So in that case, let's work on the premise of we're going to leave Limes, configure flaps 1. At Tonic, we're going to have flaps 2, 180 knots, and then we're going to capture the ILS, hopefully, to obviously come on in, and then we'll configure down as we go. Now we need to cross Tonic at 180 knots, and we need to maintain 180 knots until we are 7 miles DME on the ILS, and then after that we can reduce no slower than 150 knots until 4 miles DME. And this is obviously for the amount of traffic Hong Kong get in. They want to keep the speed up, keep those keep the aircraft moving, pushing tin as it is. So there we go. There's the plan. We have got tons of fuel in reserve, so if we had to go around, nothing wrong with going around for another approach. A little bit of weather off to the east of us. Digital says it could be an extended layover by the looks of it. You've just said you've downloaded the A330, haven't you? Gonna have some good fun with that. must admit, you all know that I love flying the 320. Absolutely adore flying the 320. But to fly something a little bit bigger in an area of the world I'm not too familiar with, but still technically have the flight deck of the 320, which someone said really is not very realistic, is it? But to be honest with you, it really is. The flight deck between the 320 and the 330, very little difference, only subtle differences. Obviously maybe it's a little bit bigger, but everything's laid out exactly the same, which is what Airbus wanted. So it made training pilots from one airline, from one aircraft to another, quite minimal. How are you doing, Nick? I know channel member Nick is flying with us today. Is anybody else flying with us today? I know Nick is flying. I'm not sure if anybody else was flying, risking this aircraft for the first time live on VATSIM. In fact, Nick, you've never flown this before, have you, until today? Brave man. So I've only done one flight on it, so it is going to be interesting. GD asks Wayne, did you have to bribe the grandkids to be quiet? Wayne, have you got the grandkids round? Oh, do you know, I can't wait to have grandkids one day, because I know I can give them back. Nick, all is good so far. Great stuff. Wayne, not bribe as such, but you are a great believer in duct tape. Wickstrom 777, good afternoon, sir. Great to see you on board. No, it doesn't have the enhanced flight management system of the A320X. It's an older version of the A320 mod, so we're still using Azobo coding, so that's something I should perhaps have added to the arrival brief. The fact that at any moment our flight plan could disappear. It shouldn't do, because we're not going to change the star, so we should be okay. Usually if you change the star, that's the problem. All I am slightly concerned about is actually losing airspeed, because this aircraft didn't seem to lose it as nicely as I wanted it to. Stevenson, exactly, that's what grandparents do. They just give lots of, they just fill them full of sugar, then hand them back to their owners. And we're like, oh yeah, cheers, thanks for that. Kieran Niall, the A330, this version, the Headwind A330, is downloaded from the Flightsim.to page. And the weather radar does work again, yes, Wickstrom 777, because it's the older version of the A32NX mod. The weather radar works, as does TCAS. So we're just going to set the standby instrument before we get to our top of descent, which is looking round about now. So we are going to head down. We're going to head down to our first constraint, which is flight level 130 at Mango, and we need to be 280 knots. So we'll pull that, thrust idle, open descent, 130 blue. Wayne, a tin of Red Bull before returning is always an incentive to limit your exposure to grandkids. Wayne, we know you don't mean that. Every grandparent loves their grandkids unconditionally. Right, I'm actually going to pull the speed bug now, and we're going to hold... Oh, this is the old one, isn't it? This really is the... Oh, I've got an achievement. I've now got, I don't know, I didn't see that, and I don't know if it appeared in the stream, but basically you get achievements, don't you, for flying so many hours at night, and Microsoft Flight Simulator has just reminded me. Yeah, I wanted to go into speed mode so we could control that rate of descent. Do you know what, let's keep that in manage mode for now, then it'll hold the target. Do you know what, no, I don't want to descend at this rate. So we probably want to descend around 2,200 feet per minute and pull thrust idle VS 2,200 feet per minute. That'll do. We don't want to get down too soon, although that would help with bleeding off airspeed a little bit later on. Oh, I'd forgotten how much work the fly-by-wire team had done on their wonderful aircraft. Now, if we look ahead, we can just start to see, that looks like the bright lights of the big city, Hong Kong, in front of us. Wixtron, fingers crossed for the waypoint sequencing being correct. Well, the waypoint sequencing for the actual star is correct, and as we're on ILS, we're not doing RMP or anything daft like that. We should be okay. We just need to monitor our rate of descent and just cross-reference Mango with our altitude now. So what have we got? We are, let's just check this is working as I want it to. We're at 31,000 feet, 8354 mile. Yeah, that's okay. We're just on profile at the moment. Just on profile. Cantucula, do I run Microsoft Flight Simulator on Windows 11? No, I don't. No. Yeah, digital flight decks just called that. That's the main bugs. What the main bug, isn't it? That I don't know why they aren't concentrating all their efforts on resolving this at Azobo. But that final turn and heading to the runway threshold fix, that is annoying. In fact, thank you for reminding me, you guys, because I'd forgotten that it used to do that, and it normally does that as you pass the decel point or activate the approach phase. So I'm going to go into heading mode before I do that, and then we can go back direct to where we were headed towards. We're currently headed towards a waypoint called Cyber. Aviation 1001, thank you very much for stopping by. GD, is there a way to set a descent slope in percent rather than dialing feet per minute? Do you mean sort of like a 3 degree? Do you mean degrees rather than percent? If so, yes, you can. You use track FPA. I don't know if that actually works in this aircraft. Yeah, it does. Yeah. So what we could do, we could a nice 3 degree descent. We can pull that. So FPA is 3 degrees. I can then pop that back in there. Oh, hang on. I need to actually set that and pull it, don't I? There we go. And pop that back in there. And you can see it's now 2,300 feet per minute on conversion, which would work given the ground speed. Half the ground speed and add a 0, by the way. That's how you work out your descent feet per minute at a 3 degree angle. Dwyer, I know that the top per overlay streaming bar has just been nuts today. Have a look at the estimated time of arrival, which should be in about 30 minutes. Canada Shack, hello, good to see you on board. Digital, maybe it's a strong headwind. It's not that strong. Pocket, don't try to skip a waypoint. Well, we did one. We did a direct earlier on in the flight because we had some bad weather. And if we did a direct, it cut the line straight between the storm clouds, and it worked fine. The problem is, I think, on the star. If you do it on the star, then that's no good. Alex, pressing the approach button was the kiss of death when you tried to land the A330 last time. We'll get ready for some manual flying today, shall we? Oh, I hope not. Hugh Simpson asks, is it true X-Plane is being brought out by Microsoft? That can't be right, can it? Why would they do such a thing when they are invested in this? Do you know what? That's really nice to see. The fact that you can see the lights of the land approaching. Right, we've got about 10,000 feet to lose. That's 30 miles. We're 40 miles away from Mango. Great stuff. I'm now going to reduce to 280 knots. That's our max speed. So we'll just slow that rate of descent for a minute if we go into open descent. So that's open descent and 280 knots set. Cypher, that is a really good tip. So for those of you who were here nearly 4 hours ago when we started, we had a problem with the Pushback Express. It just wanted to lift the aircraft and do all sort of daft things and basically just dropped us on our nose. Digital, you missed that. But that is a good move. Just turn off the lift aircraft option. And the Pushback app works as normal. Thank you very much, Cypher. That is a great tip. We'll definitely try that in a little while. Cardinal22, good morning all. It looks like you've been up all night. Well, how realistic is that? What I would like to do one day is perhaps start a flight on an evening stream here in the UK. So we normally start around 1900 Zulu hours on the evening streams. Start a nice long haul evening stream, sort of like a 12-hour flight, something like that. Or maybe start it a little bit later for a 12-hour flight, and then we could fly for 2-3 hours, having a nice chatting cruise, and then I'll go to bed, and then I'll wake up and hopefully land it. But the problem is in the morning I just don't have time to do such a thing because, well, children get in the way. JJ, when you clicked the A330 approach button, it went into a steep climb. Okay, so these are all good bugs that we need to be aware of. Basically, whilst we've briefed the approach and we know what we want to do, we just need to be careful. Question for you though, guys. Serious question. When the autopilot and when you engage a mode and suddenly the aircraft doesn't do what you want it to do, what should be your first course of action? Quite an easy answer, this one. Dwyle, who came up with the waypoint names Mango and Guava? Well, it gets better. We've also got lime and tonic a little bit later on. Wixron 777 seems as though the 330 glides shallower with its long, sleek wings than the 320. Yeah, absolutely. And was Air Transat a 330? They'll be rather glad of that. 18,000 feet. Oh, Wickstrom 777, I should have banned you from answering, but yeah, as soon as the aircraft doesn't do what you want it to do, reduce the automation, which to an extent, disconnect that autopilot, hand fly, and just make sure you're safe. And that's why situational awareness is so key, just in case anything goes wrong. So James Davis said pull heading. Well, that's not going to help you with your vertical profiling. So your best bet is get rid of the autopilot, fly straight and level. No problem, Wikistrom. Crazy Evian, the waypoints are making you thirsty. JJ, doesn't the autopilot work on the latest A320? I think there's probably a few thousand people disagree with you on that one. Right, so we're going to be headed down after this to 2,000 feet. It's going to be a nice steady slow approach. Track mileage left to go actually. Oh, look at that. We've got 95 track miles left to run, which is absolutely loads. So to be fair, we can probably hold off starting our descent. We'll level off a flight level 130 and we'll hold that for a little while. Might be nice to actually start to reduce some speed actually. There we go, speed alt star, let's check this capture. Hey Lewis, good to have you back. Just checking, how much fuel should we have landed with? We loaded close to 6 tons extra because I knew this aircraft burned more than predicted. So we should be landing with about 11 tons. Look at that, we've got 18, so... yeah, fuel burn isn't quite accurate. I did go with a plus performance factor of plus 20 though, so that might have something to do with it. Why is the main barrow on the standard 1013, but the standby on the Q&H? Okay, so on the standby, as before we start the descent, you can set the local Q&H, so that's there and set and ready. But obviously, you're still flying off the Q&H, so that won't change until I start to head down to our next point. There we go. We are at flight level 130, and we're about 7.5 miles from Mango, so that worked out quite nice. We're at 280 knots, spot on. Hong Kong is getting closer. Cannon Shack, am I still using the rule of 3? Yes, still using the rule of 3. Which is why when I look at my track mileage down here, I can see I'm 80 odd miles away. We're not going to start that descent to 2,000 feet anytime just yet. But we needed to be at flight level 130 as per the approach charts. In fact, we can also get the constraints turned on, and we should probably see that. See, that's not right. It says there should be below flight level 130. That's not right. We needed to be at. It was a mandatory altitude. And then next, let's just work out what altitude I want to be at Limes. Lewis, would I ever do a long haul from like Heathrow to Singapore? I'd love to do something like that, Lewis, but as I said, that's the sort of thing that I would perhaps have to start quite late at night, then go to bed and get up the next morning and do. But sadly, mornings in our house are just like a scene from a zoo on fire. So it's not currently possible, sadly. Right, if we aim for about 5,000 feet at Limes, that should be good. Maybe 4,000 feet. I'd like to be slightly below profile on this aircraft just because of the speed issue. So we want to lose what? I want to lose 8,000 feet. I want to lose 8,000 feet. So probably about 30 miles away from Limes we'll begin our next descent. Wickstrom, it is runway 07 left. 07 left. And we are on the Betty 2 Alpha arrival. This kind of approach actually is a real shame that the fixers page doesn't work. Could have had all sorts of blue stuff going on with our approach here. So touchwood, so far our aircraft has been behaving. Tell you what an awesome sight, seeing that coming into view from so far out. It was beautiful. It literally did appear on the horizon as a small little dim orange glow, and we're obviously getting closer and closer, and yeah, so nice. Okay, so I am going to reduce our airspeed now to 250 knots, and we're going to set 5,000 feet. So thrust idle, open descent 5,000 blue. We're on local pressure. Down we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, public update, we're now descending towards our destination. There's no delays ahead of us, sure we should have you on the ground very shortly. If you could please assist the cabin crew by passing the information you may have as they come around. And for your safety, please make sure your seatbelts are fastened, the electronic devices are switched on or popped into airplane mode, and the aircraft alert also be out of use. We hope you've enjoyed the flight, and we'll have you down ground safely shortly.
Dwyle, yes, exactly. So on the standby instrument, you can get the local QNH on there. It's sort of the descent preparation. Basically, make sure it's done before 10,000 feet. Speaking of which, approach checklist. Minimums 222 set. Engine mode selector, normal and electronic flight bag. Well, sadly non-existent. Ooh, is that the moon? Oh, wow, look at that. And Orion. You can just see Orion constellation. That's beautiful. Do you know, I keep losing my mouse cursor when switching between views, which is terribly annoying.
Ladies and gentlemen, the fasten seatbelt sign has been turned on. Please ensure that your seatbelt is securely fastened and return to your seats immediately if you are not already seated. Infant seatbelts are provided for our passengers travelling with small children. Please ensure that they are secured safely and ask a member of the cabin crew if you require assistance. The toilets will now go out of use until the fasten seatbelt sign is turned on. Whilst seated, please find the airline magazine in the front pocket, providing you with lots of information about the channel and the perks of becoming a channel member. Thank you.
Right, so I want to activate the approach phase, but this is the old school with its old problems. So we are currently inbound Guava. I'm going to go into heading mode very quickly, and then we're going to activate the approach phase. Let's see if it does something daft here. Yeah, see, so it's taken us now direct to tonic. So let's go back to direct, and I'm going to have to scroll all the way through this, aren't we? Back to Guava, and insert. And back into nav. Nav, Guava. There we go. We've activated the approach phase, but we're still on selected speed of 250 knots. Barista, thank you so much for your donation. That's very, very kind of you. And he says, thank you for teaching me how to fly the A320 Microsoft Flight Simulator. You are very, very welcome. Thank you so much for your donation. Really do appreciate that. Very, very kind of you. So thank you. Thank you so much. HD, good afternoon. Have you just woke up? You were here right at the start, and then you've disappeared. Have we just been on in the background the whole time?
Hong Kong traffic, this is J161 at Gate Echo 8 have informed departure.
There we go, we can see that traffic talking on TCAS. Great to see.
Hong Kong traffic.
Hong Kong traffic, Indonesia 8764, currently 17 miles to the south on the Betty 2 Alpha, arrival for runway 07 left. That looks so nice, doesn't it? Oh, it's just done it again, so let's go back into heading mode. I'm going to continue with the turn. We want to go towards Soak at the moment, so let me just pop that back in and insert. Oh, I don't miss this. This is why I like the experimental version. Speed, Alt Star, Nav. Oh yeah, HD. You left your glasses. Oh, you can't see them. It's not daylight, but they are there. Your aviator sunglasses are there. Okay, I'm going to continue to slow down. As I say, now we're leveling off at 5,000 feet. We're currently 250 knots. I'm going to reduce that down. In fact, we can go green dot. Let's go green dot. So, manage speed. Stevenson says, when the graphics work, it's so nice to take off in the daylight and land at night. The visual changes are just amazing. That's exactly what we have done with this approach.
Cabin crew, about 15 minutes to landing if you prepare the cabin, thank you.
Wayne says the bottom emoji HD looks like Groucho Marx. If we look out over the right wing, can we see the airport at all? No, I don't think so. A330 though. HD actually joins us in physical format. He's still wearing his glasses, even though it's pitch black outside. So remember, I said I wanted flaps 1 as we left Limes, and I want flaps 2 at tonic. We need to be 180 knots at tonic. I have no idea what the VFE speeds are for the 330. That little plate needs adding. We've got them shown here though. It looks like 240 knots for flaps 1, which is nice.
Ladies and gentlemen, you'll be relieved to know we are about to land. Please make sure you are seated with your belts fastened and your trays in the upright position. Please turn off all electronic devices until after landing. Thank you.
We're going to leave Limes and we are going to get down to 2,000 feet at tonic. We shall stick with our brief. I think I can just see airport lights over there. Look like blue taxiway lights. Now of course this is not a handcrafted airport, it's just default, which means the night lighting is probably going to be pretty poor, sadly. Oh, HD pipe down. I'll turn it off for landing. The problem is HD, watch. Let me just turn this off. The McDo's blank. The backlighting's gone in the McDo. Okay, so let's start configuring. Flaps 1. Speed checked. Flaps 1. And I'm going to manually select 180 knots for that.
Cabin crew, seats for landing.
Okay, down to 2,000 feet. Thrust idle, open descent. HD, can't you just feel where the right buttons are? That's god level stuff. What I need is a McDo, and the only ones you can see for sale, oh my god, they're expensive. I bet I would love one. I would absolutely love one.
161 now, finish push and start, and we will taxi to runway 7 right following point via Starboard 9 Bravo Whiskey Hotel, and then Juliet 1, Hong Kong traffic.
Glide slope's coming up to meters. As we can see that, I'm going to get flaps 2 out a little bit earlier than briefed, but that's okay. So, flaps 2, speed checked. Flaps 2. Do we get autopilot 2 switched on when you arm the approach? There we go, nicely on the glide slope now. And there it is. Hong Kong traffic, Indonesia 8764 is establishing 10-mile final, runway 07 left. So we've just selected 1000 feet per minute. Not quite sure why it's saying 1100 on the FMA and 1000 on the FCU. But there you go. Oh, I can't arm both autopilots. Never mind. Speed alt star, glide slope blue. Localizer captured. .180 knots, still 7 miles. Not sure how well this aircraft is going to lose speed, you know, if I actually stick with that speed restriction. Let's get that landing gear down, that will help. What are we? 8 miles out. That's fine. Landing gear down. Spoilers armed. Glide slope is alive. Let's set 150 knots as we start to lose that speed. And we need to go no slower than 150 until we are 4 miles. Glide slope captured. Missed approach altitude 5,000 feet. Now this doesn't say it's an offset localizer, but that's not looking like the best. Let's see how it does. If it looks a bit pants, we'll take over. 5 miles. Okay, let's fully configure flaps 3. Flaps full. Landing checklist. Cabin secured. Auto thrust speed. Going on altitude 5,000 set. ECAM memo landing. No blue. Let's now reduce to our final approach speed. Now one thing I need to remember with this as we come in is we are sat a lot higher up than we would normally be in the A320. So let's make sure we brief that as well. Okay, it's not doing a bad job, but time to take control, I think. Autopilot disconnected. I have control. Let's see how we can hand fire this. Let's watch that wind then, coming in from the left. What is it, about 14 knots? I think that's what it was going to be. Let's get hold of that centre line because that wind is going to drop off. Nice long runway. Get back on the centre line. This is definitely sluggier. Oh, 4 red, no good. This is a lot harder to control than the 320. And you have to force the nose down by literally putting side stick motion on there. Look, the front wheel does lift up, which is a bug obviously on landing. Front wheels tend not to lift up unless you hit a divot. And I'm having to use a heck of a lot of rudder to try and hold that. Ugh. And now I'm having to put a lot of right rudder in. So we'll spool engine 1 up a little bit as we slow down and vacate.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived at our destination. The crew will now commence preparing the aircraft for deboarding. Can passengers please remain in your seats with your seatbelts fastened until the captain turns off the seatbelt signs. You may now turn on your phones and electronic devices. Thank you for choosing.
I think one of the worst things about this aircraft though is taxiing.
To receive extra benefits on your future flights with us. Thank you, and we hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Digital, the second touchdown was nicer than the first. Oh, did we have a bounce? Oh, how nice. Yeah, trying to steer this aircraft anything over 5 knots is almost impossible. Hong Kong traffic Indonesia 8764, vacated runway 07 left. Right, let's find somewhere to park. Anywhere on the right in front of that terminal building, I'm betting. Yeah, I've stated before, I don't really like the handcrafted airport, the non-handcrafted airport, sorry, at night, because you can't see a thing. So I think we're just going to have to make a right-hand turn and hope we find a gate somewhere. So let's start that right-hand turn now, or we literally are going to run out of terminal. I am full on hard right rudder. Look at the turn rate of this. So best thing to do is just a little bit of brake. And is the auto throttle still on? Get off. HD, I thought Garuda's call sign was Garuda, but apparently, well, according to the internet, it's Indonesia. I don't know. I'm not going to lose too much sleep over that. Oh, I think I'm sort of parking skew-whiffed here. I just can't turn this aircraft. Hang on. Let's see how we do. If we use parking brakes and fire engine number 1 up, can we spin it around somewhere a little bit without shooting off into the terminal building? There we go. Oh, we're not doing too bad because we're in a spot where the external power can be connected. Beautiful. Parking brakes on. Let's retract those flaps before we cut engine power, shall we? Right, 4 hours 38 minutes and 4 hours 27 in the flight time. That isn't bad at all. Let's just get rid of those. Flaps fully retracted. let's cut engine number 1, cut engine number 2, and we can, oh hang on, get rid of the logbook, seatbelt signs can come off, beacon lights can come off as well.
Hong Kong traffic, Jakarta 161 approaching, runway 07 right, holding point 291, Hong Kong traffic.
I don't think we have a jetway or anything like that. No, there's nothing. So, do we have any GPU knocking about? I think we might be on our own actually, unless there's a GPU racing over to us, which I doubt. So, oh no, there is a GPU. He's just there. Excellent. Well, let's get the external power connected then. We need to keep that on, however, thanks to COVID.
Hong Kong traffic, Jakarta 161 now enter runway.
And turn that off. Oh, guys, we've arrived, albeit not the nicest landing in the world. Would I feel confident flying this on VATSIM? Well, I just did. But the main trigger points of this are the taxiing on the ground. If you don't have 2-axis thrust levers, just don't bother, because trying to turn it is an absolute ball ache. Landing is just, it might just be me, it's obviously a bigger, heavier aircraft than the 330. I need a lot more practice flying something like this big. It's a lot more sluggish than I'm used to, but again, that's how I would kind of imagine the real aircraft to be. So there you go. Let's try and get some doors open so we can deboard our passengers. I'm not sure what the touchdown rate was, but self-loading cargo is saying 165 feet per minute. I will take that, and plus 1.03 G. I'm going to live with that. I'll be very happy with that. So just want to know if we can get any of our doors open or not. Oh well, never mind. Seems like our passengers are just going to have to remain on board because it doesn't want to open any doors on the lower ECAM. Never mind. Oh, there we go. Well, guys, thank you so much for joining me on this Mileage Monday, the first Mileage Monday we've managed to have in such a long time, so really glad we managed to do that this evening for you. It's been great, and we have a new aircraft that potentially we can use and add to our fleet, available from Flightsim.to, the new Headwind A330 with the older fly-by-wire systems, which they are looking to update at some point to the newer systems. As soon as this aircraft gets the taxiing sorted out and perhaps a little bit sluggish on final approach, then I see no reason why this shouldn't become a standard aircraft in everybody's library. And for a freeware system, a freeware mod, it's a no-brainer, really, isn't it? So thank you so much to each and every one of you for watching today. To those of you who have donated and contributed to the stream and the channel this afternoon, a huge thanks to you guys, and as always to our Easyjet Sim Pilot channel members. Thank you for your continued support. I look forward to seeing you in the next live stream, which most likely shall be tomorrow evening. We can now fully go ahead and shut this aircraft down. Set 2000 there. I don't know if 2000 is the right squawk here in Hong Kong, but we'll go with it. I would imagine this aircraft will now at some point be refueled and turned back around to go back to Jakarta. I'm certainly not doing it, but there we are. Thank you so much, everyone, and oh, there you go, a little bit of catering. Look at that nose wheel. Complete with chocks in a rather twisted right hand position. Thanks so much, everyone. I look forward to seeing you all on the next stream. Have a great Monday. Bye bye.